Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to do, I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. My name is Andrea Adams, and welcome to the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. I would like to introduce to you our keynote speaker for this morning, Dr. Eric Kelly III. He is one of the leading African American artists in the last 3 decades. He reflects on the connections between images and the nation state, the linkages between art and humanity, and understanding of society through abstract and expressionist art. Mr. Kelly creates various images of historical moments in time based on his unique analysis. Kelly's drawings and paintings reflect extensively on how he has defined and created the art of abstract expression into a form of art. Now I present to you Dr. Eric Kelly III, founder of Black Business Olympics.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning.
Welcome, Dr. Kelly. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Black Business Olympics. This morning, I want to talk about a couple of things that have impacted our lives, our worlds, and, as we will say, our destiny. Before I get started, for those of you who are here for the very first time, we'd like to say to you that we're truly grateful that you've taken out the time in your busy schedule to participate in this groundbreaking activity. The Black Business Olympics is an event, or should we say a broadcast, that broadcasts over 145 speakers from around the globe. If this is your first time, let's go back and do a little history lesson. Because many times when you began your first journey with an organization, a business, or with people, you want to know what is the history. In my opening of my bio, we talked about me being an artist, me being a businessman, and me being an innovator. This event or broadcast is not about me. It's about you, who you are, what you're going to do, and how you're going to transform lives. The history of the Black Business Olympics starts in 1990. It started in a time where Black people were looking at going up the scale of not only excellence, but up the scale of being business owners. In those times, we were probably about 30 years into business. The median income then was about I believe about $20,000 difference in Black households and in other households. And so in those days, my grandmother walked into my office, Kelly Worldwide Agency, and asked me these three questions. One, what are you doing to help Black businesses? Two, what are you doing to change our students? And number three, why? These three questions stick with me each and every day as I continue to do what I do, and that's connect Black businesses around the globe. And so in that instance, when my grandmother, the late Lovella Stansel Kelly, as she stood there as my grandmother, and I looked her in the eyes as I looked her in the eyes each and every day, because she was my mother and she raised me. And so with that being said, I realized that she was asking the same question that my great grandfather had asked of me at 7, that my art teacher had asked me in my senior year. And the answers to those questions are still prevalent today. Today, I'm going to talk about the state of Black business. But before we get to the state of Black business, we want to do what I call reflection. There's several things in your life that you're going to deal with. One is the future. I call it anxiety. One is the past. I call that sometimes regret. And then one is the today, and I call that happiness. And what I mean by that is that we have to look at our today and enjoy the moment. And so as my grandmother stood there and I asked her the question, what do you mean? And she said, Black businesses in the rooms that she goes in, a lot of times companies and corporations talk about finding great Black businesses, finding, Black businesses who follow through, who do the work. And she said she would like to create an event that will tackle just that. And so she created the Black Business event, which it was called the first time that it happened in Durham, North Carolina in 1990. And her whole objective was to do three things. One is to merge Black businesses with corporations so that they could find each other. Two, to raise scholarships for students. And in those days, it was laptop computers, a cell phone, a pager. I want y'all to remember. Some of you probably say, a pager? Yes, a pager. So that people can communicate. That was her idea. And the reason for the scholarship piece, the reason for raising funds for kids was because she said when I got an art scholarship that it really changed who I was, how I acted, and how I moved. Now, when you begin to talk about art, I have to go all the way back to my great-grandfather. And my great-grandfather was a wealthy old man. And what he was doing in those days, he was talking to me about becoming a lawyer. Each day as we walked from Scarborough Nursery School here in Durham, North Carolina, he would stop at the local courthouse, and we would sit in there and he would watch the trials. And he used to say that every Black family needs a lawyer. And it's amazing to me that even saying that then, it's something that's still prevalent today. But he asked me, he said, I want you to be a lawyer, as he brought those big books to my room. And I said to him, no, I don't want to be a lawyer. I want to be an artist. And with the Lovella Kelly idea in terms of how you live, she would always say to me, speak up for what you want to do, no matter what. And so even in those days, as a little kid at 7, I looked at my great grandfather's eyes and I said, "Hey, I want to be an artist." He said, "Well, where is the work?" And so I scurried over to my bedside. I was staying in his house. It was a 2-story house. Staying in his house, and I pulled my paperwork that I had been working on. Mind you, I started drawing at 4 years old in church. My grandmother gave me an ink pen, and to this day, the ink pen is my favorite apparatus that I use, or the tool that I use in terms of drawing. I really love the ink pen. And so as I showed him the work, he walked out of the room, and I didn't know what was getting ready to happen, but he showed back up about a month later, and he said, "If you're going to be an artist, then we're going to start a museum for you." And back there, I think it was 1962, he said, "These walls in my hall is where you're going to hang your artwork." And me being a kid, I just thought I'm just going to tack some papers up on the wall and that's going to be a museum. Did not really know what a museum was. And many times I think about the things that I do, and things just come to me in terms of what I am doing. And I wonder, how did I come up with that? And so a couple of days after I did that, he said, "Well, I'm going to take you to some museums so you can see what a museum looked like." And so got in the car, we went to Washington, D.C., saw some museums. We came back around Durham, we saw some museums. And for the first time, I understood or saw what a museum was. And so what I did after that was I took all the drawings that I had on the wall. And one thing that I got out of that moment was presentation, how things really, really look. And I got a book, and I started to read about what a museum was, why a museum existed. And then I began to frame all of my work, and I put my work on his walls framed. And he looked at me and he said, "That's what I'm talking about." And so from that moment on, my museum had been here in Durham, North Carolina on 411 Walker Street. It brings back great memories. And so my grandmother, who walked into my office, she said that she wanted to do a Black business event. And so in 1990, again, we did the event. We had 93 business owners at that event, a phenomenal event at that time, because at that time there was probably not a lot of business events for Black people. And when I say probably not a lot of business events for Black people, I'm saying that because there were not a lot of businesses that we were doing for businesses in Durham, North Carolina. As a matter of fact, there was only one other show that I participated in called the Special Pages Show that was held at another place in Durham. And so as we move on through history, we did the Black Business Expo for about 30 years at the Marriott downtown Durham. We started out with doing 93. We ended up doing 350 business owners. And those 350 business owners were held at the Marriott downtown Durham. And so let's fast forward to today. The pandemic hit us in 2020. And in 2020, we had just left a great expo after we took a hiatus when my great grandmother died. We started back doing the expo. And so the most interesting thing about the pandemic was everybody was thrusted into their homes. The governor here said that you couldn't have only 5 people in a room together. So with that being said, we were doing something like 5,000 to 7,000 people, 350 booths. So our business model was done. And so I talked to my moms. And for those who don't know, I always say I have 2 mothers, because my mother was in my life and my grandmother was in my life. I just happened to be living with my grandmother, and my mother still was right there ensuring that everything was going great in my life. And so talked to my mother about what we were going to do with the Black Business Expo. And she said, well, think about it, figure it out. And so I was watching what was going on in different places on the internet, sitting at home. And I decided that I did not want to do an event that was a weekend event where you have one weekend, and in that weekend you have a Friday where you would have a DJ, you would have somebody to come on and talk about what was getting ready to happen, and then on Saturday you would have speakers to speak, and they would speak about 3 or 4 hours, and that was that. And I thought to myself, I said, well, that's a good model, but what is that really doing? And so then I came to my mother and I said, we ought to do something to help Black people see not only their mission, but to see other Black businesses, and to not only see other Black businesses, but to also break those things down in different areas so that people can actually get an opportunity to see how business is done, like a business plan. And so talking to my moms, I said, we ought to do 7 days. And those 7 days ought to be broken down into 7 different areas. And this is what you're going to get this week. You're going to get 7 different days in 7 different areas. The first area that you're going to get is going to be inspiration, education, and empowerment on Monday. On Tuesday, you're going to get advertising, marketing, public relations, merchandising, and sales. And then on Wednesday, you're going to get 64 ways to do your business on social media. Then on Thursday, we're going to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. On Friday, we're going to do Generation X versus Generation Z, how to bridge the digital and generational divide. And then on Saturday, Black business and the culture. Sunday, Black business in the future. Now, let's backtrack a few moments. I talked about the scholarships that I got in college as I went to school. I had 3 teachers that stopped me in the hallway and said, Eric, you're cheating the world. My English, history, and art teacher. And they said, we want you to draw for us or you're not going to graduate. Sounds very, 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 very bad, but that's the way it was back in those days. We had teachers who truly, truly cared about the students. And I was going to Hillside High School. Shout out to all the Hillside High School alumni. And so as that happened, then I began to draw for those 3 teachers, won the Artist of the Year by the Durham Lynx, went on to college, and my grandmother said she saw a change. And that change is what she wanted to see in students all over North Carolina. When you deal with that, the average age on the planet right now is 27 and 28 and 29 years old. In South America, it's 27. In Europe, it's 28. In America, it's 29. In Africa, it's 14. So right now, students are committing suicide at an alarming rate. And that rate is 1 in 100,000 are committing suicide. And so I asked myself, why is that? And the narrative in my mind began to think about what my grandmother used to say. She used to say that we are pigeonholed into entertainment, to being the entertainment. Football, basketball, singing and dancing. And the world is bigger than that. And what she wanted to do is showcase scholarships for students that wanted to go into entrepreneurship, that wanted to go into business, that wanted to do something with their lives. And so the Black Business Olympics started with that same flavor about business, about different parts of business. And so as we move on to this week, and as I talked about history, as we moved on into this week, that's what it's all about. an idea that my great grandfather had for me, an idea that my grandmother had for us as students and us as people to bridge that gap, and as a story of my mother continuing to push the narrative that we could do so much more, that we could change the dynamics of our kids being number one and committing suicide. And so with that being said, I want to move shortly into my presentation, because the state of Black business. What is the state of Black business now? What is the state of Black business? As we look into the future, we must begin to look at several sectors of business that must be dealt with, or we as Black business owners are going to be left behind. I remember as we did our first Black Business Olympics, we had 36,000 people to show up. And it was a phenomenal time. We did 1 month. In 2021, we did quarterly Black Business Olympics. And those quarterly Black Business Olympics, they ended up 4 times in 2021. At the end of 2021, we had over 10 million people to show up. And again, the broadcast is a 24-hour broadcast where we do live in the morning, and then we flip the script and we do record it in the evening to ensure that we met all of the qualifications of being a 24-hour network. And so then last year we did every other month, and that every other month really put us on another spectrum. And then this year, 2023, we decided to do every month. Now, many people don't understand what our strategy is. Our strategy is as follows. We're planning on next year doing every 2 weeks, followed by every 3 weeks the following year, and followed by over every 4 weeks. Many times I get the question of why do I do it? And that why is, I want to change the lives of our students. I want our students to see us as Black business owners, to see that there's something else they can do besides sing, dance, turn flips, be the entertainment actors. Now, I want people to understand one thing. If you have a young lady, young man who is an outstanding sports hero or basketball, football, track, I'm not saying don't do that. I'm saying don't put all your eggs in one basket. All of us are not created to be great actors, great singers, great dancers, great athletes. Some of us are here to be great inventors, to be great thinkers, to be great lawyers, to be great doctors, to be great business owners. And so what the Black Business Olympics wants to share with you is that we want you to think about your life. Think about who you are, what you have, and what you want to do with your life. The Black Business Olympics, as I said before, is 7 days. It's a 7-day journey of 145 speakers. And in those 7 days, the state of Black business will be shared. As I said, if you are a business owner and you're not thinking about the future, as we look backwards and we had the .com area. And when the .com area came, many Black businesses did not join in what I call the melee or into that arena to begin to look at businesses. And so the .com area came and went. Okay. And then after the .com area, then we had businesses online who have made billions and billions of dollars. And many times when I think about those billions and billions of dollars, I think about that young lady with a company that made over $1 million a day. And that was Moon X, a cosmetic company by a young Black woman. And As the .com area moved on, as the internet area moved on, and then while we were in the pandemic, we got the metaverse and the NFTs and the blockchain, and that era kind of moved on to what they call a metaverse winter. And even though we don't hear much about some of the projects, some of the NFTs, that era is still here. The new era is AI. And the question becomes, what are you going to do with AI? And AI is moving so rapidly until many Black businesses have ignored it. They have looked around and said, hey, it doesn't apply to me right now. So the state of Black business today is we have to get out of allowing movements to move by us and be a part of that journey. In reading about AI, one of the I wouldn't say it's alarming, but one of the things that is going on is that the algorithms are not capturing Black thought. It's not seeing Black imagery. And one of the challenges with that is that 2.4% of Black people are dealing with AI. Now, we have been consummate consumers with over $11 trillion annually. That money has been circulating in our communities only 6 hours, but everybody else is circulating dollars in their community. We're under attack for our money. And if we don't sit back and deal with AI, we will be consumers. If you have not heard of ChatGPT, if you have not heard of Claude 2, if you have not heard of these chat boxes, if you have not heard about code being written by these software platforms, then you're going to be missing out. We hear all about the robots are going to take over. We hear about the robots are going to do this and the robots are going to do that. We hear about the sentient AI. We hear about all these things. But what we must begin to do is stop hearing about them and investigating and putting our time into another journey in history of our time. Because as I said before, if you didn't do anything back in the 90s, the .com area, the metaverse area, the internet area, then you must do something in this area. Because our kids who are growing up are living in this era. And if your business is focused on 40 to 50-year-olds, in just about 10 years or some 7 years, you're going to be out of business. And so you must begin to think about where you are in business and what you're going to do. The state of Black business is innovation. The state of Black business is philosophy. But when we begin to go into the marketplace and share our culture, then things change. So I want you to think about it today. I want you to begin to look at AI, and I want you to begin to look at how you can infuse what you're doing into AI. If you would only take 1 hour a day for the next 30 days, you would be an expert in AI. I'm going to say that again. When you take 1 hour a day for the next 30 days, put it on your calendar, you can become an expert in AI. And then we won't hear about the algorithms looking at a African-American person and lighting up the skin, fading out the braids, not having the right, mannerisms or the tone and texture of your voice. These things are only there because who's creating this information is creating this information so that this information would come out to reflect who's creating the information. You know, it's a great time in the lives of Black people now. It's a great time in the lives of people who create. It's a great time in the lives of the culture of Black business. The state of Black business today is, I want you to think about this as I close. Are you utilizing all of your resources to build your life? Not just your company, but your life. I want you to begin to understand that the number one thing on the planet is thinking. Number two is research. Number three is being relentless. And as we get ready to go into this great week and begin to have our first speaker, and I noticed that the moderator said I was the keynote, and I continue to say, no, I'm not the keynote. I am just grateful that you've taken your time to look at where we're going, where we've been, and how we can get there as Black businesses. The Black Business Olympics is a 24-hour business network around the globe. And as I continue to say to people, what you do with your time on this planet is so, so very important. As you look at your life and you look at the lives of our youth, we must change. As my great-grandfather used to say, if you don't value your value, then your value will not be valuable. And our value is our kids. Our reason for doing the Black Business Olympics, the Black Business Network, the Black Business broadcast is to raise scholarships. And not only raise scholarships, but also to give these kids an opportunity to compete in the world. Not just compete in their worlds, on their local marketplaces, but to compete in the world. As my great-grandfather used to say to me, my money is my money. If you want some money, you have to think on how to get that money. And as I look at my life and look at what we've had an opportunity to do, I look at what the people that come on this broadcast do. Are you a solopreneur? Are you a hustlepreneur? Are you a nopreneur? The question should be, what are you going to do with your time right now? Do you watch and listen to all of the things that are going on in your life and see the future? Or do you reflect on the past? Or do you live in regret of things you didn't get a chance to do? Or do you think about the future and have great anxiety because you're looking at your today? Well, I want to say something that I want you to think about, and that's energy, and that's thought, and that is movement and journeys are happening right now. And if you think about your today and realize that by waking up this morning and knowing your name and having an opportunity to go to the day-to-day of your day-to-day, that is what we call happiness, because you get an opportunity to live. You get an opportunity to do what you want to do. And for those of you who don't have what you want to have, who don't do what you want to do, you have to remember that it is you who controls your doing. You must manifest what you want in this world, what you want in this life. But more importantly, we must begin to look at how do we change our kids? How do we change the ideas of what wealth is? How do we change the ideas of what success is? Because success just can't be shooting a basketball. Success just can't be acting on stage. Success can't just be about you. It must be about wealth building. And with that being said, I want you to begin to think about, how are you building your wealth today? What are you doing to change the lives of somebody other than you? And how can you build a future that changes the lives of the world? You are a $1 billion entity. Think about that for a moment. You are a $1 billion entity. Each person is $1 billion. The mind that you hold, the thoughts that you have in your mind, can build you a $1 billion business. So as I look at today and look at this week, I always say thank you at the end of the week. But today I want to say to each and every one person that participates, thank you, thank you, thankful. Me and my family is grateful that you show up and share your wealth to the world, because the world is listening to hear what you have to say. And as we move into this whole week, I also want to say to all the participants of this week, thank you for your greatness. Thank you for your goodness. Thank you for telling the world your story. Our focus is Black business. That's our brand. That does not say that we don't participate with everyone around the country in different corporations. As you will see, we will have commercials on different companies and corporations, because at the end of the day, we are not a monopoly, but what we are is Black business. And if you plan on changing what's going on in AI, you must participate. Not complain about things that are not working well on AI, not worrying about if a car is coming down the street and there are two people walking across the street, and that car recognizes both of those individuals, and it takes out one of those individuals because there's no other choice. Then whose responsibility is that? Is that the people that are creating the AI, or the people who are not participating? It's just like voting. If you don't vote, you might as well agree with the people who vote. So this morning, I want to challenge each and every business owner to look at AI, look at what it is, what it has, and what it will do. 1 hour a day with AI, in 30 days, you will be an expert. And now imagine being an expert on a journey that's going to go with or without you. And so those are the kinds of things when we begin to talk about the state of Black business, and where the state of Black business is. It's in a position to explode around the world. Just think about it. Not too long ago, a guy made $69 million doing an NFT. And then a gentleman who created his own stock exchange and manipulated the numbers to become a millionaire goes to jail. Think about those two pieces. One created money for his family, one created time for their lives. So ask yourself, what are you going to create for your time of your life? And of course, as I always say, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side. But before I do any of those things, I like to bring back the young lady who's doing spectacular work this morning. Want to thank her for taking out the time in her busy schedule to be a part of what we're doing. She will be your moderator for the next 4 hours, or as I say, your business anchor for the next 4 hours. And we want to thank each and every one again. My family wants to thank you. My team wants to thank you. And I want to thank the team members that make this happen, because without you, this just doesn't happen. And so with no further ado, I know we're getting close to the time. And sometimes they say to me, well, Dr. Kelly, you get on there and you just want to talk to you till you get tired. But it's not that I want to talk till I get tired. I want you to understand the meaning of what we're doing. We ask you to participate. We ask you to speak. We ask you to donate. And the question becomes, why are we here? What can we accomplish? Where are we going? How will we do it? So with that being said, I like to smile to the world and say thank you, thank you, thank you. We truly are grateful for you tuning in to the Black Business Expo. And for those of you who want to see it online, you can go to our network, which is bxtv.org. bxtv.org.
Dr. Kelly, thank you so much. I know you've left me, and I'm sure our listening audience, with a lot of stuff to reflect on. And we just want to thank you for this massive idea, and thank you so much for taking action and making it happen.
Well, we're going to do 365 days of a live network. I continue to say that our ancestors, who are the shoulders that we stand on, did not come here, did not move around the world, and did not do anything where they didn't want to share information. And so we want to share information globally. And we want to definitely thank all that see the mission, see our kids, and see what's going on. And as I got to say, because, I could go on for another hour, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Amazing, amazing. So the Black Business Network, its mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our sponsors for the Black Business Expo USA for December 2023. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rich Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., 5-Star BDM Media, Hello LLC, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milan Chennai Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S.-African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Good morning. Welcome to the Black Business Network. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. My name is Andrea Adams, and I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. I'm thrilled to just extend a greeting to our next speaker, Dominique Milton. She is the CEO of the Carolinas Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, also known as the CVMSDC. As an international connector, Milton's goal is to create a wealth by certifying, developing, connecting, and advocating for ethnic minority-owned businesses, MBEs. The council serves minority business owners and partners in North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia. As a regional affiliate of nmsdc.org, a 48-year-old nonprofit advocacy group, they are the largest certifying agency for MBEs in the United States. It is my pleasure to welcome to the Black Business Network, Dominique.
Doing here this morning. It is a pleasure to be back. I understand that we are celebrating 12 months of service to the community. We've been on air for 12 months in a row. So I am so excited to be here today to open up this series this week. So thank you so much. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, I am glad to be back. And if you have been following us this year, you know that on this segment, as we open up the expo for the week, we have been featuring minority-owned businesses who have been extremely successful. And today is nothing less than what we've done in the past. I am bringing you a business owner who's built his business from the ground up. He's not only going to give you business tips, but he might give you some health tips to bring you into the new year. Before we get started with that, I want to explain a little bit more about what CVMSDC, what we do at CVMSDC. As stated earlier by Andrea, we are an advocacy group, and we serve to help businesses grow. I like to say we're an economic growth engine. And what we do is we help minority business owners to scale. We certify you, we help develop you, we connect you, and we advocate for you. So for our business owners that are listening, don't try and go it alone. Link up with an advocacy group like CVMSDC, and there's one in every state across the United States. And if you don't qualify as an MBE, there's other organizations. There's women-owned, there's veteran-owned. There's an organization to really help you scale your business. And so I hope that you will link up with one of our advocacy groups. When I was in MBE, we were women-owned, minority-owned, 8A certified. We had every certification that we could get to help us grow our business. So keep that in mind. Now, the real reason why we're here today is for scholarship. Make sure that you donate to the scholarship today so that we can help young students to matriculate in colleges across this country. The number one factor that can change the trajectory of a child's life is education, because no one can take that away from you. So today we're here raising scholarship funds to help buy computers for students who are attending universities. So with that, I'm going to bring on our guest, Mr. Darian Bailey. He is Nationally Academy of Sports Medicine certified, that's NASM certified personal trainer, and he is the owner of Cage Fitness in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. Darian has been in the fitness industry for over 10 years and works in all facets of health and wellness. As a professional bodybuilder, Darian uses his background to help a variety of clients reach their goals, whether it's fat loss, body recomposition, or competition prep. No goal is too difficult to reach. He is a recent graduate of the Charleston Chamber MBA program. Darian is going to share his business journey and offer some tips on health management as we all prepare for a new year. Darian, come on down and welcome to the stage.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for your flexibility today, and thank you for being here with us. We're so happy to hear from you today and so excited about your success with Cage Fitness. So to get started, Darian, can you tell us how you gained the experience for this journey that you're on?
It's difficult to process the beginning and where I am now with owning a business because, I don't think you can ever really prepare for something as monumental and as incredible and stressful as owning a business is. But I was fortunate enough coming up throughout my fitness journey that, excuse me, that I was surrounded by people that wanted to see me grow and wanted to see me have more success than even I thought I was capable of.
Mm.
And one of the trainers that I worked underneath kind of taught me everything about how to operate a fitness business and seeing it from the other side, from the back office side, from running a business standpoint versus just being in a gym and training clients was an eye-opening experience for me because you don't realize how much goes into the operation side of running a business versus just being a part of one.
Absolutely. It's
And
different.
it's totally different. And I think that's one of the things, trainer specific. A lot of people want to open their own gyms when they start their training journey, and they don't realize that it's not just getting clients and training them and making them, reach their goals. There's way more to it than that. And if it hadn't been for her teaching me that backside of everything, I don't think I would have been able to be as successful as I am today.
That's good. So you had more than just the fitness expertise, right? Now I don't know if I told you this, but you're the third person that I've watched build a gym from the ground up. My play brother, he built a gym in Martha's Vineyard from the ground up, and then I had a trainer in Boston, and I watched him start out with one trainer, and he grew to multiple trainers, and then he ended up opening several Gold's gyms, right? And now fast forward to today, and I'm watching you build this business. So really good to know that and to our audience, he came in. He was a bodybuilder, so he had that experience, but he had to learn the business part of it. And I hope you all picked up on one word that he said, the stress of it, right? It's not always easy.
It's definitely not easy. And it's funny because in the beginning it's exciting and you're doing all these things and pieces start moving and you think, you did it. And inevitably it comes and something's going to happen and it's going to stress you out to, your wit's end. And I feel that so many business or every business has to hit that wall.
Yes.
And that wall is going to make you or break you. And when you start a business, people are going to tell you, most businesses fail within the first 3 years of being open. And
right.
that is literally the reason why you're going to hit a wall and it's going to make you or break you. And fortunately, I had an incredible wife who supported me through that stressful experience where I didn't sleep for more than a couple hours a night for months on end, and somehow we were able to come out on the other end, and it's been incredible in all of health since then.
That's very good. Very good. Now let's talk about that wall because some people don't understand that wall. And I have people calling me all the time. They're like, Dominic, I'm going to go back to my business, part-time or full-time while I'm working on this business because, I need to make ends meet. And I'm like, oh, that's fine. If you have to do that, you have to do that. But once you go back, you give up that I have to do this at all costs, right? There's no plan B, right? And when you have a plan B, it really... It makes being successful longer. So with that, hitting that wall is so important because everybody has to hit the wall. And once you hit it, if you bounce off properly, then success is around the corner, right? But you got to go, it's almost like you hit rock bottom and then you got to come back up. So yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. So how'd you pick the name Cage Fitness?
I've dreamed of owning a gym for pretty much my entire, fitness career. And for some reason, Cage Fitness just stood out to me in my mind. I've had this name in my head for probably the last 7 or 8 years. And the logo itself, I also had in my head. And I went to a logo designer and I said, this is what I want. And when he pulled it up, I was like, this is the exact thing that I was picturing in my head.
Okay.
And I just have the mentality that when you come into a gym and you come to work, you're stepping into this room where you can't escape until you earned your freedom. And I say that to my clients all the time. You have to earn your freedom and you have to break out of that cage of being stuck in this place where you feel like you can't do better and you're trying to, reach your goals. And I feel like once you step out of that cage, once you break out of that cage, you've done it. You've become successful.
That's nice.
That's kind of where Cage Fitness was created.
Okay, that's nice, and it ties into to my theme is that you have to do something outside of your comfort zone every day in order
Exactly.
to grow, right? So you're in that cage, and you got to do something to break out, right? So and I've been
Exactly.
in your training sessions, so I I know the pain and how you have to just endure, and then you can get out, after you're done. But you feel great after you've done
Exactly.
what you're supposed to do. And I do want to share some tips with our listeners today before we leave, about some fitness tips that they should just understand for the new year. So
Sure, of
I
course.
want to go back to the start. You were a bodybuilder before you
Mhm.
started in case fitness. Tell us about your bodybuilding journey.
Um, so I had been working in a gym in a corporate fitness center called
Uh-huh.
Cardio Express up in Connecticut before I moved, and I had been lifting for quite a while, and just kind of felt like I'd done it. I didn't have any more goals. I liked the way I looked. I wanted to be bigger, but that's always a journey that we're chasing in fitness or in bodybuilding. And someone said, you should compete. And I said, nah, I'm not big enough. Like, no, you're plenty big. Just do it. Step on stage. So I hired a coach. We started getting into competition prep, and then I competed, and I was bitten by the bug. And it's really interesting how bodybuilding itself has helped me in my career and my business journey because, like we were talking about earlier, with hitting that wall and committing and having a backup plan and a plan B, all those things are highly applicable to bodybuilding as well. And I have a lot of clients that say, I'm thinking about competing. And many of them will start by saying, I want to I want to get into the nutrition part of competing, but I don't want to actually get on stage. I want to have that look, but I don't want to compete. And it's the idea that there's no end date, there's no goal, there's no pressing reason for you to stick to your nutrition and get all your workouts in and doing your cardio that people ultimately aren't successful. And it's just like with your business. If you have that backup plan, that's great if you need to fall back on it. But if you are not 100% in and diving into your
Yes.
goal of becoming a successful business owner, you will never put the effort forth needed to make it to that successful point.
Very
And
good. Very good.
I think
That's a great point. I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
I think bodybuilding really set me up to have the mentality needed to be successful in my business because I know that once you set that goal and once you have that end date and the end goal in place,
Hmm.
you have to do everything you possibly can to reach it because that's the only way you can get there. And even minor setbacks or even minor deviations from your plan can have major setbacks moving forward in the future.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I think
So,
bodybuilding has really
so
set me
talk
up
to me
for
about the goals,
success.
because that's an important note for our listeners. Do you have your goals listed on a wall somewhere? How do you
My goals are
set
written
your
down
goals?
in a black journal.
Uh-huh.
Um, and it's one thing about the MBA program at the chamber is they help me get more specific about my goals. The first thing they teach you is make smart goals. And I've always wanted to grow into a bigger gym and have more trainers and have this eventual goal of having a 20 to 30,000 square foot facility. But they were more just dreams than they were goals. Like I want to do it, but I'm not entirely sure how to go from where I am to where I want to be.
Right.
And once I started with this program, I realized like, all right, I need to be very, very specific about how I need to approach these goals and what these goals actually are. And literally that same within this year going through this program, I've tripled my business and am well on track to hitting the next step of my goal, which is getting into a bigger facility, hiring more trainers, starting small group, semi-private group training, and launching into the next phase of my business.
That's good. So let's talk about that program, because some of our viewers aren't aware of what we're talking about. So you just finished, was it 6 months or 12 months?
12 months.
12-month program at the chamber. And so most chambers, I know the chambers in South Carolina have what we call an MBA program. And it is a program designed for business owners. And we have several of them in CVMSDC as well. But it gives the business owner time to slow down in order to speed up, right? So you learn how to
Right.
work on your business versus in your business, because before that program, you were working in your business. And we want to talk about some more things that you learn. So to our viewers, it is very critical that in your business plan every single year, you have some built in some time to work on your business. So talk to us about what you learned as you were going through that program. And actually, how did you even find time to slow down to do what you had to do?
Well, the time part was probably a little easier for me than most business owners because I make my own schedule and I can set up my schedule for my clients to block off time to do things. So making time to go in person to class and meet with my advisors, and that wasn't that difficult, but it became difficult because the more I learned and the more I applied from the program to my business, the more clients I received and the busier I became. So then it became a little bit of a struggle up towards the end of that. But the first thing that I learned within the first, I think, 2 or 3 sessions being inside the program is that I created a job for myself. I didn't create a career. And circling back to what I was saying about trainers wanting to own their own gyms, most people do. Um, that's the trap that they fall into when they start their gym or their studio. You get in the idea that you're making your own money and you have your LLC and you're like, yes, I'm a company, and then you get stuck in the idea that I have to do all these things to make money and this is all I can do. And the MBA program allowed me to step back and view my business from a different standpoint, the standpoint of the CEO, and say, all right, I can only make so much money doing it this way. Even if I hire other people doing it the way that I'm doing it, I can only make money if I'm physically in the building working.
If you're present, and that's not the best business model at all, right?
Exactly. You're going to run yourself into the ground. Even if you hire other people, you're going to try and make other people mini yous, and no one's going to care about your business the same way that you care about your business. So, they taught me to set up these system of processes, so that as people are coming into your business and you're hiring them to do the things that you need them to do to keep your business moving and keep it growing, that everybody follows the same path. Everybody's going to do things the way that you're going to do them because that's the way you taught them to do it. And that's the only way they know how to do it. So that was another huge lesson that I learned through the program. And learning about finances and how to look at your numbers and let your numbers tell you a story about how your business is performing is huge, because even prior to me signing up and applying for this program, I didn't even know how much money I was making. Like, I knew I was doing well. I knew I was paying the bills, but I had, coming off of that huge wall and that stressful period and then kind of coming out of the other side of that at the end of the year and then getting into this program, I had to take a step back and see how much money we had actually made year over year. And I hadn't done that yet. And seeing the growth that had happened from year 1 to year 2, year 2 to year 3 was kind of like the pat on the back that I needed to keep moving forward and keep pushing, because I saw that number and I was like, okay, we're actually doing something. We're actually able to do more things than I thought. And it was eye-opening.
Let me pause you there, because that's major, right? You were running a business. Well, actually, you were running a job. You thought you were running a business,
Exactly.
right? But you had created a job for yourself, so it wasn't the business you thought, right? And then you weren't aware of the financials, right? That speaks even higher to the fact that it was just a job, right? You weren't tuned into the numbers, and so this program really helped you look at the long-term goals, helped you step above the business to look in. That's what I call working on your business. And then had you take time to understand the numbers behind it, right? So many of our business owners, they think they know the numbers behind it. They might not know the cost of a unit of their time, right? And if you can't cost out your time, when somebody wants to hire you to do something, you might give them something less than what your value, right? If you have to leave your gym to do something, is that $50? Is it $100? Is it $500 an hour that you need to request from that individual? You need to know these things. If you're making a product, how much does it cost to produce that product the way you're running your business right now, versus if you had, a co-packer or something, how much would it cost to run your business? And so understanding the parameters behind all that is critical to your success. Anything else that you learned?
Those were my biggest takeaways from the program. A lot of the stuff wasn't necessarily applicable to my specific business, Not currently anyway, but
Mm-hmm.
again, once we get to the end goal of having a big 20,000 to 30,000 square foot facility, when I have, 30, 40, 50 employees and I have to have an HR department and all these other things, then that stuff will become more applicable.
Okay.
But for now, the working on your business, not in your business, the financials, the putting the systems in place, those were the biggest takeaways. Oh, yeah, those were the biggest takeaways to help me take my business to the next level.
Mm-hmm.
And the other stuff will become more applicable, as we grow.
Well, then that's important because you were in a program. Some of the information was pertinent to you, and the other information was not. But knowing the difference is critical. And you said
Right.
something that's even more important. You'll use it in the future, right? So you banked it away,
Exactly.
and you know how to utilize it in the future. Talk to me about. Did they talk to you about having a team? I always tell my people, you got to have an accountant, you have to have a banker, you have to have a coach. Did they talk about having a team?
A little bit. They definitely said get an accountant. And I think realizing that you shouldn't do it solo is a very big step in, growing yourself as a CEO. Because again, if you try to do everything, you're going to burn out super, super fast. And also, you don't know what you don't know.
That's right.
So when you have people who are professionals and experts in their field, and it is their literal job to do whatever specific task that needs to be done, and that can do it better than you, take advantage of that opportunity to help that person help you out. Even if you have to pay for their services, as long as you can pay for it, pay for it. Don't try
That's
to
right.
do it all yourself
That's
because
right.
you may be able to do it effectively, but you're probably not doing it efficiently.
That's excellent. That's excellent. So I have a team, right? You're on my team, right? You're my trainer, right? My trainer coach, and I've got a coach for just business, and I have a makeup person. I mean, I have a whole team of people, right? You have your bankers,
Exactly.
and it's so critical because it helps you go further. And I say this on almost every show. You can, if you stretch your arms out, that's how far you can go as an
Right.
individual. But when you link up with other people in your team, so now I have a trainer, I have a coach, right? I've got my financier, I have my accountant. I can go as far, much farther because I'm linked up with all of them. I only have 24 hours in a day. But when I add the power of other people's 24 hours to my actions, I can go much,
Right.
much further. So speaking of that, let's give our listeners some tips on health. What would you say, just overall, I always say you don't want to give away what you sell, but let's give them some tips on health for the new year. We'll put in the chat how they can get in contact with you for health and fitness. But what tips would you share? Just basic stuff that people should be doing.
The easiest way to get on track for your fitness goals, your health goals is number one, be mindful of what you're eating. The idea that you have to restrict yourself all the time is not true. Obviously, the cleaner you eat, the faster you're going to get there. But this is life. You have to have balance. You have
What is
to
clean? What is
just
clean
be able to enjoy
eating?
yourself. So clean eating meaning no foods that are processed or refined foods and high fatty foods. Uh, things that Chick-fil-A, McDonald's, all this stuff. When you start going back to cooking everything yourself, huge step in the right direction. Obviously, you have a life, you need to eat out sometimes with your family and enjoy your life. But the more food that you can cook yourself, the better off you are because you're controlling everything that you're putting into your system. So be mindful about what you're eating. Don't go overboard and eat to your overstuff. Eat to your content and then move on. Especially if you're out to eat and you're at a restaurant, don't feel obligated to eat everything that's on the plate. Most restaurants, especially in America, when they give you food, they give you double portions of everything. Eat to your content, box it up, take it home later. It's not the fact that you're eating, 1,500 calories in that meal. It's just that you're eating it all together. If you split it up and have 750, for lunch and then another 750 for dinner, that's okay. Number two tip: get mobile. Move as much as you possibly can. Especially if you have a sedentary job where you're sitting a lot. Take the time to go for a walk when you get home or when you wake up in the morning. Literally, that can make such a huge difference in extra calorie expenditure that you can start losing weight just by becoming more mobile.
Yeah, it helps you bring down your blood pressure and controls your sugar
Exactly.
as well when you're moving
Exactly.
a couple of times a day, and I actually have a monitor that tells me how many steps I took, right? So just staying on top of that.
Exactly. If a lot of people have Apple Watches now, it'll tell you to get up and start moving. Do it. Don't just hit the little snooze button. Get up, move around a little bit, stretch. You want to get your body moving as much as possible. The more you move, the more calories you burn. And most definitely, and most, well, if not most importantly, but equally as important, drink plenty of water. Being dehydrated will make you hold water and hold weight, and you'll feel puffy. The more water you drink, the less water you hold, the more toxins you can flush out of your body. Drink plenty of water. Try to get at least 80 ounces in a day.
Okay. So eat clean, move, and drink water.
Drink your water. Yep.
And then what about strength training? Because a lot of people are moving, but then to go to strength training is a whole nother level. Just give us some tips there.
So strength training is kind of the end all be all in your fitness pie. A lot of people think if they do a lot of cardio, that you're going to drop weight, and you will because you're burning a lot of calories. But what ends up happening is your body wants to be as efficient as possible at whatever it does. So if you're doing a ton of movement and a ton of long distance, steady state cardio, where you're, on an elliptical for 45 minutes to an hour a day, having a lot of muscle is difficult to keep that movement going. So your body's going to say, all right, well, if we're going to do this, we don't need this much muscle to do this. So let's start eating away at it. Let's get rid of it a little bit. And what happens when you lose muscle is your metabolism slows down. Your metabolism slows down. It's easier for you to store fat and harder for you to burn more calories. So the reason why men are naturally leaner than women is just because we carry more muscle on us. So if you're looking to drop body fat permanently, the easiest, fastest way to do that is by strength training and putting on some muscle mass. Now, it's not going to make you big and bulky because you can put muscle on wherever you want. And I promise you, the amount of food that you have to eat in order to get big and bulky is not fun. And I promise you, you're not doing it. When I was, in peak competition prep, I was eating 10,000 calories a day, trying to get on as much size as I possibly could. Most people don't even hit, 3,000 in a day. And that's if they're really trying to hit it. So strength training can really catapult your journey to your fitness goals and also make it more permanent by putting on more muscle.
That's good. Thank you for those tips, Darian. And there's a campaign out there that says know your numbers. I'm speaking to all of our audience, not just business owners now, but we as minorities, we need to understand our numbers. We need to be mindful of what we put in our mouths, and we need to, because you always say it's you can work out as much as you want to, but if you put the wrong things in your mouth, that's just you're not going to see any results, right? So for your new year, and I always say everybody has a personal new year every day. When you wake up, that's your new year, right? You can start fresh at any time. For your new year, make a commitment to make yourselves healthy. Whatever it is you need to do, whether it's hiring a coach like Darian. And Darian, please give us what's your website?
It is thecagefit.com.
Thecagefit.com.
Yep. THECAGEFIT.com.
Okay, we're going to put that on the screen so our viewers can see it. But if you can't get to Darian, there's a trainer near you. There's a gym near you, right? And if you can't get to the gym, you can do some of this on your own by eating properly, no preservatives in what you eat, cook your own food, eat more vegetables, just eat healthy, then drink that water, and then make sure that you're moving. I actually did something radical. I took the treadmill out of my house. I took the bicycle out of my house because I wanted to get outside, right? For my mental health, I wanted to be outside working out, and having that in the house, even though it was a clothes hanger in the house, having it in the house, it was an excuse. You don't have to go outside, but for your mental health, for your physical health, when you work on your physical health, you affect your mental health, folks. And you cannot be a good business owner. You can't be a good supporter to the people who need you unless you're physically fit and mentally fit. And they say that working out is equal to taking some medications, right? If you take medications for anxiety or ADHD, when you're working out, and I'm not saying to replace them if you need them, but when you're working out, it has the same effect, right? So check with your doctors and make sure that you understand what you're getting into as you start your new year, whatever day it is, but be mindful of your health and know your numbers. And that will make you a better person and a better business owner. So as we close out, Darian, I want to close out with you giving any insight, what you know now. I'm writing a book that's called Wink, What I Now Know, right? So what do you know now that you didn't know before that you want to share with our viewers?
Um, it's okay to fail as long as you fail forward. Um,
Ah,
don't be afraid to mess up and make mistakes, because the nerves and everything that is scary to you about making that mistake and the what ifs, on the other side of that is your brilliance.
I love that. I love that. It's simple, straightforward, but it's a fact that most people have to understand. All of the greats have failed multiple times, right? They
Yes.
have come up with inventions that failed, and they just tried over and over again until they hit that success point. So not being able to fail, and understanding how you grow. I like to say this: grow out of a failure, right?
Right.
Learn, what did you learn from that failure, and how do you prevent from going back to that failure? And once you can understand that, that failure becomes a growth step for you. You grow up to the next level. And so with that, I just want to thank you for being here, Darian. You have been an inspiration, and I hope
Thank
that
you for
our
having me.
viewers picked up on some of the tips that you gave for businesses, but also the health. That is so important as we transition into a new year. So, Andrea, I need you to come back and close us out. But as I am so excited to have been here for the 12 months this year, we're going to have 12 more months of success. And what Dr. Kelly is doing here on this network is second to none. No one else is doing what he's doing. 24 hours of networking for 7 days, 12 months out of the year is powerful, folks. It's powerful. So we are genius. Genius is common. And I'm going to see you on the other side, Darian. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Yes. Andrea, where are you? They might want us to talk longer, Darian.
We can talk
Darian,
about whatever we want.
we talk about whatever we want. Tell us about your vision for your big gym. You said you want to go to a 20,000.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So moving forward, the next step is to double the space that I have now, and again, start introducing some semi-private group training. Um, that's one thing that my studio doesn't offer now. Everything is very one-on-one and small group, two to four people. But there is a space for people who aren't ready to dive right into, very private training. They still kind of want that class environment because it's less intimidating and it's less stressful, so they can be around people that are kind of on their same fitness level, and they get the excitement of being in a class with other people without the the fear of thinking you know they're going to do something wrong or mess up or
Right.
something like that.
Right.
It just relaxes them a little bit more. But
That's
also it's a little bit more affordable because it's not just you paying for training; it's you and four or five other people all getting in the class at the same time. But because my focus is so much so on strength training,
mm-hmm.
it's really difficult to get proper strength training in a class of 20 plus
Sure.
people.
Sure.
But it's also the reason why places like, Orange Theory or, the big, class-based gyms, why a lot of the clients that go there aren't successful long term. They're
Mm-hmm.
very up and down. You burn the
Sure.
calories, you get a lot of, exercise, and you get some strength training, but you're not training with the weights needed to grow muscle mass and speed up your metabolism.
Mm.
So I'm trying to find the hybrid between that large group training class and something that still allows us to do the proper strength training to get you guys the success that you need.
That's good. Now, what about age levels? Can you train all age groups?
Yes, we can train all age groups. One of my trainers actually just started working with a 5-year-old gymnast.
What?
So she's doing strength training. Yeah, and there's a stigma out there that strength training and lifting stunts the growth of pubescent people, but that's not true at all. As long as you are training with somebody who knows how to teach form and is a very big stickler for form, um, there's no risk in stunting your growth. There's very low risk of injury, and it promotes agility and strength and hand-eye
Sure.
coordination and all these wonderful things that a lot of people don't have as they get older. And it's amazing how little things like standing on one foot and just trying to balance is difficult as an adult because
Yes.
you just don't do it. And then, something happens, you drop something, you have to lean down to pick it up, and all of a sudden that's difficult for your body to do.
Mm.
And you fall over, roll your ankle, and just little things like that over something super, super simple. That's a very easy fix. It's just you have to be diligent about working on those
So,
muscles
so
and
that
that
sounds like
balance.
it's good for seniors as well.
Oh, 100%. So all age groups are definitely welcome, and seniors have probably the most eye-opening experience because we'll do something small like, all right, I need you to sit on this bench and stand up, but I need you to do it over and over for a minute.
Right.
And 15 seconds in, their legs are burning because they're so tired and fatigued, and they, occasionally will ask, what is this for? And I said, well, as you age, it's going to be harder and harder to, get down on the toilet and get back up. This is going to make it very simple for you.
That's cool. That's cool. Andre's coming back, but there is a woman. I hope you can pull her up on YouTube, viewers. But she's 70 years old and she started weight training at 70. Did you see her, Darian? And she got
Yes, I
all of
did.
her
My mother sent
friends.
this to me actually.
What's her name?
I said my mother sent her to me actually. She sent me her profile.
Wow. Yeah, she is phenomenal. If you pull it up on YouTube, I guess you just type in, 70-year-old weight training. What's her name?
I can't remember her name, but she looks phenomenal.
She
Like
does. She does.
so
And
impressive.
yeah, and then she showed how really easy it is to really get into it and to maintain it. So I really appreciate having you here, Andrea. Good to see you back, Darren. It's been a pleasure to have you today to learn about your business and to get some health tips. So thank you for joining us,
Thank
Andrea.
you.
Thank you for joining us. So, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Sounds good. See you on the other side.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K to 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to our scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for December 2023. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rich Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Inc., 5 Star BDM Media, Hello LLC, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milan Chennai Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studio, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso, a new concept in social media. Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta, and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5 Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
You need to be messaging and communicating to a lot more folks and getting them committed to you as a brand and feeling that you are trustworthy, as a subject matter expert, and for their needs and their pain points. That says, look, here are my pain points. Here's the problem that I have that I don't want, or the benefit that I want that I don't have. And Grant and Sydney understand that and are giving me information to be able to assist, in my eliminating those pain points.
You're going to get a lot out of this workshop. We're going to show you ways that you can begin to look at this particular problem, that you can apply different formulas, techniques, and skills. They're going to get you to that next level. And then you'll understand the value that we're bringing. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah, it's common.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Andrea Adams, and I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. I am your next speaker. I am an ICF accredited coach in mindset, communication.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him, and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bus by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too, because genius is common.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Andrea Adams, and I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Dr. Curtis Charles. With over 15 years of experience in higher education, leadership, and data science, Dr. Charles is currently an EdTech impact practitioner at BDAI, where he helps colleagues in universities leverage artificial intelligence, machine learning, predictive analytics, and cloud computing technologies to improve their enrollment, retention, graduation, and operational outcomes. He is also a MIT certified data scientist and senior lecturer in data science and Dean of Academic Affairs at the University of the West Indies, Five Islands campus. His mission is to use data-driven insights and innovative solutions to address the complex and strategic challenges faced by higher education institutions in the 21st century. It is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Curtis Charles. Dr. Charles, we would love to hear you. Can you open up that mic for us? Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry. That has happened so many times. Thank you so much for inviting me this morning. I'm looking forward to the discussion. It's always a pleasure to join my buddy Grant. And I'm just happy to be here this morning. Thank you so much.
Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Well, here we are again. Dr. Curtis, how are you doing this morning?
I am excellent, sir. Excellent. Glad to be alive this morning.
Yes, that's always good during the holiday season. And we've had in-depth conversations. I am so blessed to be able to make your acquaintance this year, 2023. We've had great conversation around where we are going, where we're headed as a humanity into the digital world, into the future, in a world that is transforming right in front of our eyes. One thing I love about what you're doing at your university with your background, you're making sure that we can compete in this new economy. And you put together an interesting program around interdisciplinary or disciplinary approaches that kind of takes a lot of different areas of study and forge them together to become a platform of experience. Talk to us a little bit more about what you're doing there in the islands.
Yes, thank you so much, Grant. Thank you so much. So first of all, I'm with the University of the West Indies, Five Island campus. The University of the West Indies is celebrating its 75th anniversary this year, and we are a system of 50,000 students. We're the latest campus that was given birth in 2019, and over the last 4 years or so, we have had 350% enrollment growth. There's extreme need in the region. We're in the Eastern Caribbean, or what some people call the OECS region. And when we started the campus, there were three schools: the School of Health and Behavioral Sciences, the School of Business and Management, and the School of Humanities and Education. I just come from Microsoft, where was consulting with university presidents and the C-suites about how they digitally transform the campuses, how they use artificial intelligence and machine learning to increase competitiveness. So it was natural for me to propose that we start a unique school in the Caribbean and Latin American region. I think we have the only School of Science, Computing, and Artificial Intelligence. So once we started the school, it was natural to go to what I consider the technology mecca. As you know, I'm a graduate of MIT, and I'm always looking to see what MIT is doing in terms of technology and innovation. And one of my colleagues introduced me to this new BSc program, which is an interdisciplinary degree in economics, data science, computer science, and management. And so I worked with the colleagues for a while, and I approached them. I said, look, we have this new university. We would love to work with you to develop a similar program just for our economic climate. And it was interesting. We worked probably about six to 8 months developing this program, and we specifically wanted it to be interdisciplinary, because the reality about interdisciplinary is that no longer are employees just looking for one dimension. Employers are looking for employees with interdisciplinary domain knowledge in fields like data science, innovation management, economics, computer science, and it's in great demand in corporations, government agencies such as healthcare, finance, tourism. And let me give you an example of how this will use. I mean, you know, the Caribbean is prone to hurricanes. So a government needs to know what's the liquidity after a hurricane. So after a level 5 hurricane, what money does the government need to predict in advance to do that? So a data scientist will look at data trends for like the last 10 years. That person will then use algorithms to get deep insights into the data. Once they do that, they will then projectize that, which is then the innovation management, in order to understand the economic impact on the country. So now instead of graduating students one-dimensional, you're graduating students with multi-disciplines that could come in and transform either a government, transform a company, transform an agency. So it is really important that we're graduating students at a higher level to come out and transform industries and governments right away.
Man, so this is where we're going. You're preparing us for the now, because that is a now situation.
Yeah.
And how we're going to deal with things just like climate change. And the
Yes.
hurricanes obviously have increased here lately, but the impacts have been, quite catastrophic. So that is very good. The thing that we're realizing now, especially in the last decade or so, is that the digital platform economy is the dominant economy. When you start looking at who's leading the Fortune 500 companies, who's leading the NASDAQ and the stock exchange, and you everybody knows these names. These are the Googles of the world, the Amazons of the world, the Microsoft, and so forth. How are you preparing our students to understand and compete in this digital platform economy?
Great question. It is always important to me as educators that we look at the trends. If we look at the top 10 international companies, 8 out of them are platform economies. And I'll just list some as you talk about. Alibaba from China, Apple Computers, Microsoft, Amazon. These are all platform economies economies. They are transforming governments, they're transforming economies. Even Uber, Netflix, these are all platform economies. They're not traditional companies like we knew in the last 5 or 6 years, but the platform developing students who could compete in that marketplace. So we ask our question, why would we prepare students to design the virtual marketplaces of the future? So we look at statistics like from McKinsey. McKinsey Consultant estimate that more than 30% of the global economic activity, some $60 trillion, could be mediated by digital platform economy in the next 6 years. As a region, the Caribbean cannot be sitting at the side when $60 trillion is transacted on platform economies. So to be able to develop students and prepare them with this interdisciplinary degree for the platform economy of the future is extremely important, not only for the students' development, but for the Caribbean region development. We have to be able to transform our governments and transform our agencies and economies based on the platform economies that's basically taking over the world. So it's important that we do that. And that's how we develop in our students. In the School of Science, Computing, and Artificial Intelligence, that interdisciplinary degree in data science, innovation management, and computer science, we have a whole cadre of students who are being prepared for the platform economy. But not only that, a student in business could come and be participating in that. A student in nursing, in the healthcare could come and participate in that. A student in education could come and, because all these industries, whether it's healthcare, whether it's education, whether it's business, they are all being transformed by the marketplace economy.
That is so true. And I read some of your papers that you have written and that you've shared with me, is that if we continue to train like we have been, we're going to find ourselves without a job.
Yes.
Because it's just changing so rapidly. You showed me this list of what the jobs are. They're going to be in demand.
Yes.
In the next, especially now, 12 months, 18 months, 3 to 5 years, and what the jobs that will no longer be available. Everybody's talking about this, like, is AI taking my job? Well, it depends on what you're doing. But remember, yes, for every job that's taken, 5 more are created. Yes. But are you prepared for those jobs? Help us understand marketplace and where this is all going, what we need to really be concentrating on to be valuable in this new economy.
You know, when we started our school, and remember, we were born in 2019, which was the midst of the fourth industrial revolution, which is, we're talking about the collision of biological, physical, and cyber systems. We're talking about artificial intelligence, machine learning, Internet of Things. So we could not ignore when we were born. So we asked a simple question: what will the future look like for the University of the West Indies 5 Island digital learners? What would the future look like? And how would the Eastern Caribbean be transformed? So we went to Microsoft Research and we looked at some statistics. And 65% of students in grade schools will perform jobs that have not even been invented yet. 65%. 45% of current jobs are expected to be taken over by machines during the next 2 decades. 6.5 million new IT jobs by 2022 last year was in cloud-related technology fields. Only 33% of the world's demand of employees with technology skills is being met. And the percentage of jobs requiring technology skills will increase by 77% in less than a decade. When we look at those type of statistics from Microsoft Research, we had to ask ourselves, what will the future look like for University of the West Indies 5 Island campus digital learners? And it's important that we call them digital learners because that's who they are. So what we decided to do is that we looked at different statistics. We went to the Economic Forum, which is what everybody looks at. In the Economic Forum, almost all the top 10 jobs in the next decade or so have data in it. Almost all the top 10 jobs. Number 1 is data analytics and scientists. Number 2, AI machine learning specialist. Number 3, data big analytics. Then digital marketing and strategy specialist. Then process automation specialist. Then business development professionals, digital transformation specialists, information technology analysts, software and application development, Internet of Things specialists. When we look at that, we had to say, how are we going to then transform our academic offerings? And how are we going to build new academic programs so we could develop students for the future of work? Not for the present of work, for the future of work. because the students need to be able to compete internationally. No longer is this just a localized market in the Eastern Caribbean and in the Caribbean itself, but how do our students transform the Caribbean but also compete internationally?
Wow. All these things beg major development, major mind shift changes.
Yes.
I like how you just said that you're not just competing in your local or your regional market. You are in a worldwide landscape.
Yes.
And your capabilities crosses culture.
Yes.
So they're going to look to, what are your capabilities? What do you have in your spectrum that can help us to advance and advance rapidly? I like what you're doing. Talk to us more about the impact. People need to understand it. The impact of this generative AI, and we're gonna just bring this down to a vertical. We're gonna talk about the healthcare vertical.
Yeah.
I know you've written some things around the pharmacy industry.
Yes.
Talk to us about how this is going to morph and change rapidly in your eyes.
Well, if we look just at the healthcare industry, there is no industry. There are two industries being transformed at warp speed: finance and healthcare. And we know that right now on Wall Street, there are stocks being selected by algorithms, right? That's written. And in some instances, it's more accurate than human beings. In terms of healthcare, when we thought about how we address healthcare within the region, we looked at COVID, and we learned a lot of lessons from COVID, right? The first thing I think I learned from COVID, we looked at, is the speed at which a vaccine was created. Listen, we know that the reason why drugs are very expensive is because it's very finance intensive and it takes a long time to develop a drug. That was before generative AI, and that was before big data analytics, and that was before cloud computing. We developed a drug in 2 years for COVID. 2 years vaccine, 2 years. Now, that didn't happen in isolation. That happened because we were able to scan the hemisphere and see who is doing research on what, run algorithms to see whether it could attack the virus, pull that information together, get deep insights, and then develop a drug. When we saw that, we said, look, there's a shortage of pharmacists that's impacting our healthcare in the Eastern Caribbean. We needed to have more pharmacists in the region. So I was approached to develop a new pharmacy program for the campus. And as a campus that's looking at cutting out that niche of artificial intelligence, where people of all ages and all hemispheres will be able to come to Antigua to study artificial intelligence, we thought that, look, instead of developing a pharmacy program, we want to develop a generative pharmacy program. It's one of its kind. I believe it's the first generative pharmacy program that has ever been created. It's going through the approval process now, and we're going to be offering it next fall. But when we look at what are the benefits of generative pharmacy will accelerate drug discovery, like we talk about. It will personalize medication treatment regimen just for you. So by looking at your DNA, we could now develop a drug just for Grant or just for Curtis. It could reduce the cost. But collaboration between scientists, data experts, and regulatory are key in the success. It is not just a one-dimensional field. It needs to basically collaborate. But let's look at pharmacy compounding. It optimizes formulation, right? How does it optimize formulation? AI can analyze data sets to determine the best compound combination for individual patients, taking into account factors of pattern of medication, history, genetics, potential, drug interaction. All that now we have the ability to create in the Caribbean. What it means is that we're not only developing a different type of pharmacist, but we're developing an industry. Now we can look at the potential of encouraging drug companies to develop and invest in this university and in this program, so that they can not only recruit our students, but it could also help in investing in Antigua and Barbuda and the Eastern Caribbean in developing a drug industry. Let's just take marijuana. Marijuana have almost 100 different compounds that we haven't even explored because it's expensive. These are all cures for medications that we could do. We could use artificial intelligence to run those algorithms to get deep insights in terms of developing new drugs. And marijuana is just one of the tip of the iceberg. You know that in the Caribbean and in our diasporic, throughout the diaspora, the old people have all type of bush medicine or all type of local medicine that we can use. We haven't touched the surface of examining those local cures that we could then commercialize and build industries. One of my colleagues said, this is like reversing the brain drain. So instead of basically having folks come to the US or go to other places and study, now they could come to the Caribbean, they could stay in the Caribbean, develop these industries. So for us, it's really important, especially in the healthcare industry, that we look at pharmacy, we look at generative pharmacy, not only to create new drugs, but to create new type of patient care. What is the different type of patient care we're going to develop for our culture that is designed not only for our culture, but is going to be consistent and could be used in other parts of the diaspora? So we are very much looking at the front, looking forward. We're not looking where we are. We're looking forward. We are not a university that says we want to replicate what another university is doing. We believe that the fact that we are new and we are agile and we could align with industry and we could expand access to students who hadn't been able to have access to education. We are not expanding access just for access sake. We are expanding access to prepare them for the future of work. And that's what I think excites me about where I am in terms of giving back to the Caribbean, bringing all this cornucopia of information and data from Microsoft and IBM and serving as every level of a university to build that capacity and expand the dreams of these young people, these young Black folks that looks just like you and I. We are about transforming the region and transforming the world.
I tell you, Dr. Curtis just spoke to something that's very dear to my heart, that our young people, our next generation up, getting them the exposure to this new economy, the digital technology, and not be intimidated by it, understanding that they're touching it every day. Give us a layman's understanding, because my mother even asked me, it's like, well, what is this algorithm? I don't understand. What is that in a way that I can totally understand what you're talking about? Give us the definition.
Yes, excellent. So a layman's term of algorithms are basically instructions. So if I want to tell you, this happens to us all the time. You're in a foreign town and you lost. And you stop at the corner to get instructions. So let me give you Caribbean colloquial. The guy will say, you see that big tree down there? Drive to the big tree. Make a left at the big tree. Once you make a left, you're going to make a right at the parlor. And at the parlor, you're then going to see at the end of the cul-de-sac a big house, and that's where you need to go. Those are instructions. That person have just given you an algorithm to get from point A to point B. So the algorithm in big data analytics is that we are writing something to look for insights. So I'm writing a program that says, please look at this historical data of 10 years and find me the clusters of people who were ill with diabetes, right? I'm writing an instruction that says, look at 10 years data and find the similarities of patients who had diabetes over 10 years. What that insight could then give us is to be able to say, well, okay, again, in colloquial terms, if I'm looking at, I'm from Trinidad, if I'm looking at Trinidad, it may be that all those people were from the eastern part of the country, right? So we ask the algorithm, I'm writing an instructions to look at 10 years data of diabetes patients in Trinidad and cluster where they were from. Now, if I realize that the majority of the insights are in Arima, the eastern part of the country, then now what we have is information that we could say, well, maybe it's something in the food, maybe it's something in the water. Now it gives us information. So algorithms is all about seeking patterns and trends to give us insights so we could make decisions. That's what an algorithm is. It's not a black box. It's an algorithm. So for example, there's an algorithm when you go to Amazon. The algorithm in Amazon says, look at buyers when they come to you, when they come to the platform, and seek the pattern of what they're buying. And if they're buying Vicks VapoRub, it is possible that somebody at the house is sick. So we could then push ads to them of local doctors within the area. Now take that information and cluster for me everybody who buys Vicks VapoRub in North Carolina. So if we realize that now the algorithm is telling us there are 1 million people buying Vicks VapoRub in October in North Carolina, in Fayetteville, then we know that there's probably an outbreak of the cold. And that is how algorithms operate. So every time you go to Amazon right now, you might see that Amazon is pushing you something related to the cold. It might be because you've been buying Vicks VapoRub often. So algorithms is all about giving instructions. Drive to the big tree, make a left. After you make a left, you're going to see the parlor. By that parlor, down the street is the house you're going to go to. We are telling the algorithms the same thing. We are saying, seek the information and bring back data to us that we can make decisions. The algorithms are not making decisions for you. The algorithms are gleaning insights into the data, and you would then make data-informed decisions from that. Just like the guy giving you the directions is not making a decision for you. He's not driving. You are driving. But he's giving you the data so that you can make an informed decisions. And that's algorithm 101.
I love that. See, and if you really peel back what you just said, this is why it's so important for us. Because whoever is writing the instructions,
yes,
if they are unaware of certain data, certain understanding. So if you have one complete culture that's writing all this data, or a company that's writing all these algorithms, and they are not interested in things outside of their purview, things that don't align with their value systems, you can see why that is skewed. Right?
Oh, wow.
Right?
I mean, you just made the case as to why everybody watching this interaction throughout the diaspora needs to be involved in AI and data science. Because one of the major issues we have is bias in the data. And the reason why, for example, in face recognition, we are assumed that we are convict, right? Because of the color of our skin, it is assumed that we are convict. So the person writing the algorithm is coming to the algorithm with that bias because they're not one of us. And that is my mission at the University of West Indies 5 Island campus, is that the more data scientists we can produce, the more folks that's interested in analytics and understanding deep data or artificial intelligence, the more of us could be involved in writing those algorithms so that we could have a less biased outcome of the things that impact our Black society, whether it's business or not. If you're in business and if you listen to this conversation and you think this is an education conversation, I'm sorry, this is a business conversation, because education is all about business. Because what we're trying to do is to prepare and sensitize. You said something earlier which was important. Before we apply any of this, there has to be a change management attitude, right? Because, Grant, we are talking about moving the comfort level of people, right? We're talking about shifting your cheese. We're saying that, look, if you are doing X, Y, and Z and it's not productive, we could show you how to use data and analytics to be much more productive. That means that you have to change your mindset a little bit, right? If we're saying that, look, in order to attract new customers, you instead of sending out surveys and instead of sending out postcards, now what we could do is to buy data, run algorithms on that data so you can see the patterns and trends and behaviors of the people within that sampling that you could now target. Listen, the best example I could give you is when President Barack won the election. Look, these guys mastered targeting algorithms. They knew who was willing to listen to a Barack speech and who had the propensity of changing their mind. That is talking about deep algorithm insights so that you can make decisions. So this wasn't a guess game, and that was the difference between him and his opponent. When the Republicans was looking at, well, let's just market and we will get the middle. No, they weren't only interested in the middle. They were interested in who in the middle had the propensity to change their minds. And that was by looking at the patterns and trends and behaviors of the people in the middle. And that is what is called precision marketing or precision politics. Just like how we have precision education and precision medicine. You use the data to give you the insights.
That's it. The precision is so important, and the speed of getting that information. So if you can get it, if it's precise and it's accurate, then you can utilize it quicker.
Yes.
And that is the key. We got a few minutes here before we leave. I want you to talk about, you've got a conference coming up here in 2024. Talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, thank you so much. So one of the culmination of this of what we're talking about and in terms of education is that we're going to have the first premier research conference in the Caribbean. Look, I just posted something online. It's an opportunity to give yourself a gift for the holidays, a gift of vacationing while being engaged in an intellectual discussion on artificial intelligence. We are looking at it's July the 8th to the 10th. We have a pre-conference on the 8th that looks at a deep dive into generative AI. What is generative AI? We also on that day going to have a ministerial panel of all the ministers in the region who have a education, digital transformation, and stuff. And then we also going to have a dance of generative AI. The dance of generative AI, which happens parallel on the 8th and the 9th and the 10th, is how do we use generative AI to create new music throughout the diaspora, new dance, new performing and fine arts, new ways of creating art. That is going to be happening parallel to this. So it's July the 8th to the 10th, and it's in Antigua. You can't beat that. It's reasonable price. We didn't want to make a huge profit, but what we wanted to do was to bring the diaspora to Antigua, because we believe that when you look at many of the colleges, when you look at the many Black colleges as well, we believe that we are an option as well. We believe that Antigua and Barbuda has one of the lowest crimes anywhere in the Caribbean and the hemisphere. But if you think about coming to one place and you want to understand artificial intelligence that's focused, we believe that this is a place to be. So we are bringing together scholars from all over the world. Again, what we're trying to focus on is how could we digitally transform the Caribbean in an age of generative AI and the fifth industrial revolution. So we encourage everyone to be there. If you need more information, you can go to our website, which is Five Island Campus.uwi, and there's a banner there that you could get more information. You could follow me on LinkedIn and get more information as well. You could follow me on Instagram at Dr. Curtis Charles UWI, and we can give you more information, but it is a place that you want to be next July 8th to the 10th in Antigua and Barbuda.
Oh man, I can't wait to be there. It's an opportunity to first the collaboration and the networking is so important to get like-minded people with the purpose. We must bring together our resources, our intellectual resources, together in a collective. It's like, how can we move the ball forward and be ready as we morph and change into this entirely new environment that gives everyone an opportunity if you participate in it. We're never probably not in any short amount of time have an opportunity that we have right now if we get involved. There's so much that each of us can contribute. You don't have to be a technological wizard or understand everything about technology. It's about what your expertise is in. Because if you're an expert in what you're doing, and then you talk to another expert in what they're doing, the combined expertise grows exponentially.
Yes.
And this is what we're trying to accomplish. And I figure that's what you're trying to accomplish in this particular forum, that we bring everybody together, and equally we all come away with a much more robust understanding of what can happen and what we can create going forward. Would you agree with that?
I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. I mean, it is a huge networking opportunity, and I have to tell you, we are tackling all the major issues that artificial intelligence could assist in these days. We're looking at how artificial intelligence is impacting healthcare, how artificial intelligence could enhance climate change, which is the existential threat against most small island development states. We're looking at health disparity. We're looking at non-communicable diseases. You know, COVID was bad, but listen, more people in the Caribbean and in the diaspora die of non-communicable diseases than communicable diseases. So how do we use COVID? How do we use artificial intelligence and give us a deep insight so we can develop solutions and take this forward? These are some of the issues that we're going to be talking about. And I know I mentioned just now, I can give you the direct website is 5islandsconference.com. Easy to remember, 5islandsconference.com. So it is important that we think about putting this on your calendar and joining us, because the topics are going to be so expansive that is going to touch every aspect of your business. But from a business perspective, if you are interested in expanding your business, if you're interested in being involved and engaged in conversations that could transform your region, this is a place to be on the 8th to the 10th. You know, it's July the 4th weekend. You know, so take an extended vacation. You know that it's a tax write-off if you just spend one day in a conference. So whether it's a tax write-off for you as the individual business or as a company, we think it's a place to be. We think it's really the place to be, and we would love to partner with Black Business Network to make sure that we expand and we get this message out as much as possible. I would love, as I mentioned to you, to see some interviews in real time coming out of each panel. You know, things that you normally see. Serena just won the world tennis champion. She pulled to room and there's an interview with the press. It would be great if we could partner with Black Business Network to do something like that, so that the diaspora sees what is happening as well.
Well, I'd love to be the moderator for that particular session.
Excellent.
To listen, because this, man, I just know that this is a change in our history. It could be the change. Everybody's going, I remember when this happened. You know, that they'll be talking back to this. So this is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful opportunity to grow and expand. And I want to talk to Dr. Charles when he gets back, because you need to understand what you have in the room as far as experience and exposure. When you have someone who's been exposed to very intellectual people, very successful minds and institutions, such as MIT, such as Microsoft. You've been in the same room as the developers and owners of OpenAI. OpenAI is what created ChatGPT, and you knew these individuals before they became household names here right now. Talk to us about that experience a little bit.
Yeah. Oh my God, that was an amazing experience. So, probably about 2010, 2012, somewhere around there, I was the Oak Ridge Associated University, as Oak Ridge Associated Lab, as you know, is where the atomic bomb was created. Is one of the Department of Defense energy labs, and out of that, after that occurred, they created what is called Oak Ridge Associated Universities, which is 112 Research One universities. But it also include all the HBCUs and HMIs, and I was the chair of the HBCU HMI Council, and we were really interested in incubating businesses coming out of HBCUs and HMIs. So we reached out to Y Combinator. Y Combinator right now was and still continues to be one of the most important incubators in the country. They've done a great job so far. Sam was the CEO of Y Combinator, and we just my philosophy in life is it's better to try and fail than to fail to try. So I just reached out to Sam Altman and his partner and said, well, we would love for you to have a meeting with some of the universities, and if you could come down, that'll be great. Man, we were blown away. I mean, we didn't know who he was. We just know that we wanted to have a relationship with Y Combinator. He said, look, I think it was a weekend. He said, look, I could fly down. I think he flew down on a jet the weekend, met us at Oak Ridge Associated Lab, and we had a great conversation. I mean, I was inches away from this guy, real humble, big heart. He was open to help us as much as I unfortunately I transitioned to a higher leadership position just after that. But they came down and they had a conversation with us for about 2.5 hours. I mean, this guy took 2.5 hours out of his schedule to fly down to come and talk to us about innovation. What is the leading cutting edge technologies that was happening in Silicon Valley, and how Black universities could get involved. I mean, he was absolutely genuine. He dressed the same way that he dressed right now, unassuming. You didn't know who he was. But this guy is brilliant. I mean, so when he moved to OpenAI, and I think I was still with Microsoft when Satya and him signed an agreement, I knew something big was going to happen, because these are two huge minds. I mean, I think Satya Nadella is by far one of the top tech executives coming out of in the US right now, and I think Sam Altman is almost the same. But it was incredible. It was an incredible opportunity to say, I sat across from this guy, took photographs with him, and here's one of the big thought leader in generative AI. So we came away from that discussion really pumped, and I think for me, it uplifted me and basically put me on a trajectory as to where I am, which is really leading in that area as it relates to education and consulting to businesses through Microsoft and IBM. And for me, after that meeting, I was also responsible for what we call the Center for Defense and Homeland Security at Fayetteville State University. Brought in millions of dollars to the university. And the lessons that we learned from Sam Altman, we were able to implement it in the Center for Defense and Homeland Security. And the Center for Defense and Homeland Security was responsible for training the next generation of Black and Brown national security executives to address issues of compelling interest to the security of the United States. So we dealt very closely with them. Well, it took me to I'm working as a vice president for research and development at RLM Communications, which is a Black-owned defense contractor in Fayetteville that is very, very successful. Randy Moore. I mean, this brother was able to take us from the brain dump that we had from Saul Altman, help us establish the Center for Defense and Homeland Security. And then for me, it was natural for working with him to help him build his artificial intelligence and machine learning and data analytics so that he could offer these services to the Department of Defense. So that meeting paid off hugely for the university, the HBCU universities and MSIs. But for me personally, it took me on a trajectory that I have been on a ride from then. But it has been in a capacity of giving back. I mean, I as I told you in our interview, I love education. But I love what I do, like the air that we breathe. The ability to develop the next generation artificial intelligence experts that looks like you and I has been always a motivation for me. The ability to develop the next generation national security executives. Listen, you have to understand that the national security that ties to AI, the people who were running those things 5 or 6 years ago were all baby boomers, and they are all retiring. As the baby boomers retire, somebody has to fill that gap. It is a place that we as Black folks have always been not involved in a big scale. What we were trying to do at Fayetteville State University is to develop that next generation so that we could move those students into national security. So that means that if you need a security clearance and you want to do artificial intelligence, you can't jaywalk, right? You have to live a certain life so that you could get a top secret clearance so that you could get the types of jobs. So for us, it has always been, how do we live on the edge of education, right? How do we educate the next step? How do we educate the future? How do we empower our young Black men and women so that they know that this is not just a world in technology that doesn't look like them, that is white, or that has a different pigmentation, but that there's nothing different in what they could do. And I think that's what is beautiful with what I do right now. There's no difference. I instill that in our students right now. There's no difference between them and what the founders of Facebook did. The only difference is that he dropped out. I mean, that's the only difference. The reality is that they have the same ability. The other difference, as you mentioned just now, is mindset change. Look, Grant, when I grew up in the Caribbean, if you did something wrong and you're wrong your grandmother, she might pelt the shoes behind you, right? The mentality is that failure was bad, right? Mm-hmm. Failure in Silicon Valley is celebrated. You get more money because somebody else is not going to do that. So our students are afraid to fail. Mm-hmm. And what I try to tell them is what Satya Nadella instilled in us while I was at Microsoft. Fail, but fail fast and recover and learn from it. Mm-hmm. And I think that's the lesson for Black businesses. Fail fast. Don't be afraid to fail. Fail fast, recover, learn from it, and move on. Be able to have within your organization a mindset, a growth mindset. And I think that's one of the other things I learned from Microsoft. We have to have a growth mindset. And that growth mindset means that you're going to fail fast, recover, move on, learn from it. You have to have that great mindset also among your students if you're in education, but also among your employees. Don't have a hammer if your employees fail. Let them fail, because that is then going to ignite innovation within your company. But let them fail fast, learn from it, and move forward. Your company must have a growth mindset.
Absolutely. Leadership and innovation go hand in hand with this new digital economy that's taking place. And because of certain tools, you can fail faster. And you can model things easier than you could before, when it was very expensive to fail.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Now you can do certain things in pilots. There's so many different incubators out there that you can try these things out and see where you're at and what you're willing to invest and what you're willing to do to move it to another direction. I want you to, because you have had exposure to this, and we've got a certain segmented audience. Talk to us about the different Black people, Black minds, Black technologists that we're probably not even aware of that are out here doing things. We say, you know about Sam Altman, you know about Satya Adali, you know about Zuckerberg, you know about, but we don't know about our Black technologists that are doing big things and have done big things even historically. And that gives us momentum and confidence. Like, wow, I didn't know that. I did not know that they invented that. We didn't know, like the woman that put a man on the moon was a Black woman at NASA. They called her the computer. Her brain was such a computer. Talk to us some of those people you know.
Yes, so when Sam came down, his partner, I'm trying to remember Michael's last name, but his first name was Michael. And Michael went to Yale, sold his first company, developed his first company in his dorm, sold it, I think, for like 300 million. So Michael is now running Y Combinator. At Microsoft, there were a few Black data scientists that I knew of that's doing quite well right now. We're few and far between. And I think one of the things that I would like to do is sort of like document who are these leaders in artificial intelligence that's doing well. I mean, Dr. Moshano, Dr. M is doing great work in terms of healthcare. We both worked at Microsoft. We have a young faculty, a young doctor from Jamaica, Dr. Tulak. Dr. Tulak is looking at, and then she's OBGYN, but her passion is her research, not her passion. Her research is how to use artificial intelligence to reduce the cases of cervical cancer among women. I mean, if we could solve that, and we're working with her right now. We have four data scientists from the 4 different campuses at UE working with her right now. We met with her last week. We were really excited. And we think that we could use our expertise to make a dent in the Caribbean in reducing cervical cancer. And it's all about the data, right? So we're all looking at what's the data available. If the data is not available, how do we then train people to mine the data so that we can get the information? But my goal is to raise that next generation of Black tech entrepreneurs who could develop the Silicon Islands of the Caribbean. And we want to be able to give our students that gumption in them to know that they can do anything. So what we try to do is to push them into a lot of hackathons. We try to tell them that every academic exercise should be something that you're thinking about commercializing. So it is important to us that they basically have that confidence. I want to dovetail back to the conference. What the conference is going to do for our students is that they are going to be able to see these Black experts and Caribbean experts from all over the world. We're bringing in Caribbean experts who are leading in, whether it's at Meta or whether it's at Google, people from the Caribbean who are going to be coming in for the conference and talking to our students about the art of the possible. That will give our students such a confidence because now they will know what is possible, not only for somebody from the Caribbean, but people from the diaspora as well, who's going to come in, who's going to be successful. We're going to be loading on the website in a few weeks, all the experts from around the world who's going to be there. That's an opportunity for our students to say, okay, you know what, I could be like that as well. So it's really important for them to see who else and what else is out there.
Without question, we have organizations that are there, and I encourage the audience to take a look at these organizations like Blacks in Technology called BIT.
Yes.
And they understand we need to truly understand and take our place in the technological ecosystem, in the ethos. You had brought up some things around what China was doing, how these, because of where they are in their investments and where they sit within the footprint of the African diaspora.
Yes.
That there's all these influences that are there but the greatest resource that we have is ourselves. It is our experiences and our understanding. And once we know, like, oh, this is where this is going, not because AI is all analytical, it's also creative, but it needs the creativity, the imagination, the redefinition. I love some of these stories that I've heard, like how they came up with Airbnb. Someone had to reimagine that whole industry of hospitality.
Yes.
Like,
yes.
what you need is the people.
Yes.
And then what the people need is the combinations. And how can we fulfill combinations that not are traditional hotel rooms?
Right.
And boom, and then they had an application. They didn't build new hotels, or look at Uber. They did the same thing. They reimagined, and I think we're at a point in time now with this new generation that's coming on board in leadership. We can't continue to do what we did for the last generation. The baby boomer generation had a certain experience of life that is no longer relevant today. When I look at what my children, my grandchildren, what are they inheriting, and what does that going to look like? And you can't really take books to move it forward. What do you think about that?
I think, you when you said something just now, it reminded me of a question you had just now in terms of who are the leaders, right? If I could backtail on that 1 second, if you look at our keynote speakers, right? Dr. Fuller is Trinidadian, but he's also the vice president of edge computing and automation at Microsoft. At IBM. Sorry. If we look at our next speaker, Barack Anand from India, he is the associate professor of online education at Harvard. If you look at our next speaker, which is Dr. Chris Jones, he was the Democratic candidate for Arkansas 2 years ago that went up against Huckleberry. That's going to be talking about cities of the future. These are people who are doing great things in AI. That's going to be talking about at the conference. And what we want to be able to do is to showcase much more of these. So I hope that we'll have other discussions where we could talk more about some of these speakers and what some of these Black entrepreneurs and Black innovators are doing in the industry right now.
All right. I just talked to, this is like breaking news, right? Breaking news. Just talking to Dr. Kelly, and we want to work with you on what's happening next year in Antigua with the university, with bringing everybody together. The question came up: is it going to be all on premise, or is there a virtual component as well?
There's a virtual component as well. There's a virtual component. Yes.
Good. That helps, because we want to get as much people opportunity to engage as much as they can. Where if they can't be there physically, they can be there virtually. Now, this is going to be different platform discussions. Are there different sessions over 2 or 3 days?
Yes, it's going to start on October the 8th, and it's going to end on October the 10th. The pre-conference, which is going to be a deep dive into generative AI 101. It's going to start from about 8:30 and end around 3. Then we're going to have an opening reception on the evening of the 8th, and then kick off the conference on the 8th, on the 9th, and on the 10th with different panel sessions. And as I mentioned, parallel to the panel sessions is going to be a dance with generative AI, which looks at more the art and performing arts area of how generative AI could be used. So for example, in the Caribbean, if you're familiar with Caribbean music, soca music was generated probably like almost 30 years ago. Well, we haven't had different genres since then. Could we use artificial intelligence to create new genres of music that could basically take us to another level. Jamaica is reggae. Is there a combination of reggae and soca, or reggae and Hindi music, or something else that could take us to another level of music and arts and how we paint and how we express ourselves from a cultural perspective?
This is interesting. The one thing when I was talking, I have friends in India and I have friends in other parts of the world, and they were talking to me about, because I asked them, you know what, in India, it seems like everybody there understands technology, mathematics at a very high level. And he was explaining to me, you have to look at this. India has a population of about, I think it was around 1.4 billion people. However, 1.4 billion people are in an area like much smaller than the United States in area. So you can imagine the United States is about 3.5 million people. You imagine 1.4 billion people in that same area. So that's what creates all this type of intellectual intelligence, because you have to learn quickly. You have to learn quickly in an environment like that resources are scarce, and so you have to utilize what's necessary to move the needle forward.
But the important thing about that too is, there's a film that anyone listening to this should do a Google of, called 2 Million Minutes. 2 Million Minutes came out about 15 years ago, and it's a study of 2 students from China, 2 students from India, 2 students from the US. It traced 2 million minutes is how much you spend in high school. So it looks at how do you spend your 2 million minutes in high school. You could just guess right now the behaviors of the Indian students and the Chinese students. The US students will, we don't really need to study right now. I mean, we could come back. The Chinese student will leave school in the afternoon, go to music, play the piano, come back, do homework. Then after homework, practice some more on the instrument. We will say, okay, well, let's go and hang out a little bit. It's an interesting sociological study of the time students spend in high school. In India, engineering and mathematics is like what gets you to the next level. Whenever you have a chance, look at these Indian CEOs in the US. Almost all of them came from what we call IIT, India Institute of Technology. Only a fraction of the society goes to IIT. I know because in graduate school at MIT, I had a few of them in my courses, and they are academic assassins. I mean, they are academic assassins. I mean, they're just so brilliant. So it's enculturated in them that their parents might be an engineer or a mathematics teacher. So you know that is what you have to study to be successful. So that is why every computer system right now cannot operate without India. India made the decision of software engineering. So you would find that the world's most amount of software engineering are located in India. They didn't want to handle the manufacturing of the computer, but the social engineering and the software part, you have to depend on India to do that. So the reality is that and that was a government decision, right? So what is this government, or what is the government in the diaspora? What are they trying to focus on that could allow their society to be on the edge, or to be on the lead of technology? It has to be a decision that the government makes. It has to be a decision that's also supported by industry. Silicon Valley is a great example. Everywhere there has been a replica of Silicon Valley, there has been heavy government funding. I remember in 2020, I was just before, I think it was in 2020, I was in Taiwan. Taiwan has one of the second to Silicon Valley area that was supported by the government. So if you're a business, you would get money to start your company. You would get money to do innovation. And it is one of the leading areas in the world in terms of technology innovation. The government has to be behind it. Silicon Valley didn't happen by itself. Silicon Valley was heavily funded by the government. And then industry began to spin off from that. But the government has to make a decision within the diaspora as to whether we want to lead in technology or whether we want to be consumers of technology. I believe that this is the greatest time for businesses, small businesses and Black businesses. Because before this innovation of AI and generative AI, I'm going to say AI has been around for a while, but before what we know right now as AI, as this competitive edge, we would have had to have like 100 employees to be competitive. We don't need that. It is the greatest time to be competitive. So for all the businesses that is sound of my voice, if you are not using AI as a force multiplier, you will be left behind. There's no doubt about it. You will be left behind. I have a signature on my email that says, AI will replace you, in parentheses, not right now. But somebody who is using AI going to replace you right now. And I think if you think about that as a business, AI is not going to replace you right now as a business, but another business, your competitor that's using AI, going to bury you. And that is how important this technology is for Black businesses. It is our force multiplier that we could now compete globally and competitively and be successful.
We've got to take that to heart. I love what you just said. Putting together the investment thesis.
Yes.
Right. And other countries are doing it. They're doing this at a high level, and it's yielding results. And we've got to look at what are we concentrating on, what's important, and really take a look at our culture and where we're at. Where is our attention?
Yes.
Where is our attention? This is why I like the Black Business Network. Either you could be watching us or you can be watching Days of Our Lives.
Yes.
What are you going to get out of that?
Yeah.
What is your intention? As you said, when you understand that your competitor, who's now in, overseas, is learning art, music, science, technology, engineering, and you're learning about Days of Our Lives.
Yeah. Yeah. If I could add on that quickly, this is Christmas time and we're buying gifts to our kids. I think we talked about this before. I never liked gaming, right? I always ran my son out of the room when he was doing his game. We're consumers of gaming. We are consumers. That's what we do. We consume gaming. But if instead of buying gaming, we go on Amazon and we find a tool set of how to create games, you are now not only empowering your child for the future, but you empowering that child how to create something that they could now view that they have created. Listen, Grant, gaming is a $140 billion industry. Every time we buy one of those games, we are creating that industry. Why don't we create the games and build within the diaspora? The diaspora has so many stories. In the Caribbean, we have one famous, How Nancy Lost His Tail. Man, I still don't know how Nancy lost his tail. But that has gone through generations and generations and generations. We could build different iterations of how Nancy possibly lost his tail. And we could tell that story continuously. What is happening in Florida with the taking out of the schools of our history as Black folks, we could now create gamings that could then take this on to generations if it stays out of the classrooms. We need to be creators and innovators instead of only consumers. That's my point. And this technology and this area that we live in allows us to do that. We have no excuse not to be leaders in technology. We have zero excuse. We used to have excuse that there were barriers, but now look, I could go online on ChatGPT and I could say, give me the liquidity, let's use synthetic data, and give me the liquidity of the potential of a level 6 earthquake hitting X part of the world. What would the government have to have in place in order to be liquid, right? That means how much money the government needs to put in place. So I'm using my data science background with the availability of a tool that's online. I could not have done that 2 years ago because I didn't have the synthetic data volume to do that. We could use that to run different scenarios for our business. We could say, what will be the sales projection if I go into Africa? And you could use synthetic data that will give you an estimation and tell you how to do that. And now you can go and grab the real data to do that. We could do all these scenarios for our business that could make us much more successful that we didn't have 2 years ago or a year ago.
Excellent. Excellent. I see she is back.
Oh, yes, I am back because I am enjoying this wonderful chat, and I'm sure that the audience is too. So I am hoping to be able to ask just a few questions to be able to be all part of this.
Go right ahead.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Curtis.
Yes.
One of the things that you keep talking about is the Caribbean, and I was born in the Caribbean. I was born in South America, actually, Guyana.
Awesome.
I grew up in Barbados. I lived for 17 years in Barbados.
Oh, wow.
And it's so amazing because I didn't know that there was yet another campus that was there. So I'm happy to hear that. My question to you, I want to go down a little bit more on the personal side. Like, what would have geared you in terms of your personal journey that would have caused you to come into this career?
So for me, I had a great interview with God earlier this year, and it's amazing that you're from the Caribbean, so you have to be at the conference next year. But if you're from the Caribbean, you understand common entrance exam. We're dating ourselves a little back. So in the discussion I had with God, I told him, I failed common entrance. You're looking at someone who has served at every level of the university, including university president, have worked at Microsoft, IBM, VP for innovation at a DoD contractor, never failed common entrance, never went to high school. I think somewhere in there wired me for where I am right now. There were people who believed in me every step of the way. So I went on to Howard. I went on to MIT. I did my PhD at Morgan State. I did my master's in data science at Northwestern University. And I think it was my journey at MIT. Listen, MIT is the mecca of technology. It doesn't train followers. It trains leaders to come out and lead in technology. And for me, I think my journey began there because I had a simple concept for my research. You're from the Caribbean, so you're familiar with this. In the Caribbean and in Trinidad, farmers plant in the rainy season and plant in the sunny season, reap in the rainy season. And every year, because of the floods, it wipes out crops and government have to compensate that. So that really was a problem for me. So I started thinking, how could we find that solution? So in 1985, I went with a group of students and faculty to Japan, and I went to the Science and Technology Expo and saw this technology that grew food and nutrient solution. It was 10,000 tomatoes being piped, sunlight being piped in, going a nutrient solution. And I took off on that journey. This Japanese company paid for my graduate degree. And I think the innovation and the ability and the freedom to create took me on that journey. I no longer was this young guy who failed common entrance from Trinidad. I was this person who thought about the art of the possible. So I think failure is sometimes God's signal to move you in a different direction. If I had passed that exam, I would not have been such an evangelist for educating young people. So I think I had to fail that exam, because now failing that exam have wired me into the technology world that I know our people, brown people during the Caribbean and during the diaspora, needs to be leaders in. Listen, in the Caribbean, we are way behind in this technology. We need to exponentially accelerate our growth. And this conference is a way of bringing us together, because as you know, especially us who are outside the diaspora, it is hard for us to go back because they always call us a foreigner, right? What we are trying to do is to overcome that by bringing everybody from a week who are expert, Caribbean experts, because one of the things I did is that I did a survey of where Caribbean experts in tech. Andrew, we are everywhere. I mean, we are leading in tech everywhere. So could we bring those tech leaders from the Caribbean and friends from the diaspora for a week in 3 days in 3 days a week in Antigua and talk about collaborating? Could you imagine what could come out of that? That has never been done. Everyone I talk to, they say, Dr. Charles Curtis, we always wanted to do this. What we're trying to do is to bring us together and then map and reimagine, as Grant was saying, reimagine the digital transformation of the Caribbean. The Caribbean cannot be left behind in the fifth industrial revolution. We cannot be left behind. We just can't. And it's interesting that you're from Guyana, which is supposed to be the next leader in oil, which Trinidad was in the 60s and 70s. But Guyana has to exponentially educate his people because it didn't have the fortune to do that in the past. So I think we are talking the same language. I just believe that everybody have a calling. And I believe this is my calling. I believe my calling is not to walk around with a failure badge, but to understand that failure was God's signal to move me in a direction, to be an advocate for students and for businesses, and to be a technology leader. I mean, most people ask me all the time, well, why would you study architecture, have a PhD in higher education and data science? My wife asks me that all the time. Why don't you practice in architecture? Architecture is the most wonderful profession. If you think about me designing a house for you, I first have to understand you. I have to understand how you entertain, what type of views you like when you get up one morning. What proximity you need your bedroom to your living room. We have to do a geological test before we build the earth, before we build the foundation. We have to build the structure. We have to solve a problem. Every day I design a problem in education. Every day. And every day I'm designing a solution. So I'm architecting solutions as it relates to artificial intelligence and data science. I hope that helps.
Yeah, that's so amazing. Like, I really believe that people who are change makers, they always have a passion and a purpose, and there's always something that would have driven them to this point. So, thank you so much for sharing that with us. One of the things that you spoke about that really resonated with me earlier is the television. And I had worked with Les Brown, and I remember one of the first things he encouraged us to do as his students was to avoid, if not all possible, not look at television, because he said we're either going to be on one side or the other of the spectrum.
Yes.
We're either going to be making the money, or we're either going to be entertaining and making the money, or we're going to be entertained and spending the money. I'm so happy that you brought that up. What would you encourage a listening audience to do in terms of being able to get from that side where they're just sitting and spending, but transferring that to the point where they can actually earn and use their skills?
Yeah, great question. So I would tie that to an answer I gave Grant earlier, and I think you would understand that as well. In the Caribbean, for example, we need to stop degrading failure, right? I mean, if you think about the people who fail coming entrance, no one talks about us, right? We're cast aside. We need to basically celebrate both failure and have a part for failure as well as success. I think the other thing we need to do in order to 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 answer your question as well, is I believe that one of the things that's missing in technology are more female. And part of that is our fault as well, right? What do we do with our young baby girls and stuff? We give them a doll, right? Because we don't want them to be tomboys. I never understood that question. But if you give them a robotic set that they could begin to build a robot, now you're beginning to develop an engineer. So stop telling our girls that they must play with dolls and give them the opportunity and freedom to explore engineering and science, technology, and math. I think in terms of the consumer piece, be careful what you purchase your kids this Christmas as well. Because what you purchase them at a small age will resonate into their mindset, which side of that television they're, whether the consumer side or whether the creative side. So when you buy gifts and when you celebrate Christmas and you're buying all these things, understand that you are laying a foundation for our grandson this Christmas and our granddaughters. Everything we bought was developmental. Everything. Every toy. So it wasn't like we went in Toys R Us or one of those and just said, let's see what we buy. Everything was to develop their mind. And I think that's what we need to do. We need to be more conscious of how we mold these young minds from the beginning. Don't just put them in front of a TV and let them watch Sesame Street. Have games in between. You know, we have two of our young boy grandsons here today, and my wife and myself always get to this. I always say, well, why don't you bring the boys over? Why don't you? My wife says, you go upstairs and you start working. She said, this is a full contact sport. You have to entertain them all day. So part of the day they are building trucks. Part of the day they're in the playpen. Part of the day she's reading to them. We have to have that mindset of wanting to create the next generation. And I think that's the only. It has to be purposeful, Andrew. Our actions have to be purposeful if we want our children and that next generation to be on the creation part, the innovation part of that television set, rather than just viewing.
Oh my, I absolutely love that. That's something I did with my kids. I had a little rule where Mondays to Thursdays there was absolutely no TV in the house. And Friday, once they got home from school, to Sunday at 9 p.m., television was allowed.
Yeah.
So that really did help them to excel. They're all on AA on a roll. So I'm really very happy with that. I'm going to have Grant, is there any other questions you want to ask Curtis?
No, I just want, I've talked to Curtis a number of different times. I'm always very impressed. And I want the audience to understand that if it wasn't for Dr. Curtis's brother, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Yes. His brother is very, very intelligent when it came to mathematics. And I appreciate that because our family members often are very big influencers as we move forward, and they can help us. Each of us have an opportunity and responsibility to help each other. One thing I wanted to, and I'm going to give a shout out to my mom, because when me and my brother were little, the things that we were engaged, I still remember this to this day. My mother buying me a chemistry set, and I understood how to, and I could experiment with it and do all this stuff, and I would make smoke and these things, and it was very, very interesting. I remember having an encyclopedia in my house. This was the internet, for me. I had an encyclopedia. I had this thing called a Psycho Teacher, and I would sit there and tinker because at the time, now date myself, we only had black and white TV. Color was coming on. We had 3 stations. You kind of knew when the cartoons were on and when they weren't. And, so there was a certain time period that I would engage with TV, but not all the time. And I couldn't always go outside and play with my friends. But I would do these things because I could utilize my imagination, and it wasn't so concrete. It wasn't just given, like Dr. Curtis said, a set of instructions, and those were the only instructions. We have to understand there's many roads that can lead to a destination, not just one road. And if we understand that, and we really understand what these algorithms are like, and we start to really understand that we have to participate in this development what I would call almost like a universal mind that we're all participating in. We need to educate it because right now it is not fully trained. It's not fully trained into understanding data or inputs outside of its norm. You see, this is so important. If you rewind this tape, you'll see what me and Dr. Charles talked about. This might be the most important thing we need to understand. We have to engage with this technology in order for it to understand us and elevate us. Because if we take it off the table and we don't put data into it, we don't have the inputs into it, and it doesn't understand Guyana, it does not understand Antigua, and then when we engage, it's not giving us the information that we need. So important.
You know, if Andrew, if I may, because Grant mentioned Guyana in its development is such an interesting point right now, because when Trinidad was the oil king or queen in the Caribbean, we didn't have AI and we didn't have these technologies. Guyana is on the verge of exploding as an economic force within the Caribbean. And this technology could take Guyana leaps and bounds beyond what either one of us could really imagine. So I think I am excited about being an evangelist to technology for our people, especially in the Caribbean, because I know the potential. But on the same terms, I also know that from a cultural perspective, we need to change our mindset. Because my people still view me as an outsider. And that's because I live most of my life in the US. And even though I'm back in Antigua helping to build this campus, there would be insinuations that, he's a foreigner, So culturally, for us to move forward, we cannot move forward only with the knowledge we have in the Caribbean. We must be able to embrace all of us who are in the diaspora coming back home to say, look, we could help you. You don't need Mackenzie. You may need Mackenzie if you want, but you also have us. You don't need all these consultants that we see driving and you're spending billions of dollars to. You have us. And I think if it's one thing I'm trying to do with this conference in terms of inviting the ministers, is that the government see the talent that's in the diaspora and that we are able to tap into those resources. And because we understand the culture of our Caribbean, we could then develop the type of solutions that could move us forward rather than some of the solutions that has been developed for us that has stagnated us. And I have to tell you, one of the things that has shocked me coming back home, and I spent 40 years in the US, was how little we have moved. It was painful. I was like, we have all these consultants that we bring to our region. Why aren't we further? And I'm not judging by the US standards or North America. I'm just saying, it's been 40 years, Dad. We should have been so much further. This conference has the opportunity to bring our tech leaders together and say, let's reimagine the Caribbean. And so we have ministers. Every panel should have ministers and industry and academic. That's the tripod we want to have. So we work very closely with the government here. We work very closely with the government. The Prime Minister says he wants to be a data-driven government. Every government within the Caribbean should be wanting to do that. How could we become data-driven so that the Prime Minister could press a button, go into a spreadsheet, or pull a dashboard and see what's happening in labor or what's happening? Those are not fantasies. Those are things that are possible, and I think we have the know-how, and we could help these governments move forward. So that's my real passion about my region.
Thank you so much. There's so much in what you're saying, and I've personally experienced it in terms of just revisiting my country and seeing the progress that I've made and knowing that they could be much further. Yes. But unfortunately, we're coming up until the hour, and we need to do our closing. So, Curtis, would you just tell us in closing, what is it that you want the audience to take away? Maybe if they can be part of the conference, how they can be part of it, how you can be reached, etc.
Yes, I think, thank you so much. So the conference, the website address conference is 5islandsconference.com. That's 5islandsconference.com. And you could reach me in the US at 910-431-9718. That's 910-431-9718. And I'm on Instagram as well. I post every day about something related to AI, and it's at Dr. Curtis Charles UWI. You could search for me there as well. Every day I post, every day. So there are tons of information about artificial intelligence. But I just want to leave with the audience, with the business audience first, and then the students. The business audience that, look, this is the greatest time for us to be competitive as small businesses and Black businesses. We have never had a period like this that gives us technology that is tangible, that we could use as a force multiplier, as the military says. And I think for students listening to me, understand that failure is okay. You're looking at someone who failed, never went to high school, who was able to go on to be a department head, a dean, a university president, work in corporate America, and help him build the next prototype of University West Indies and Five Island campus. Building capacity and producing and helping build opportunities for people in the Eastern Caribbean, where only 2 in 10 citizens move on to tertiary education. We have a desire to increase that in 5 years to 6 in 10. It's a huge task, but we can do that together, and we can do that exponentially. So again, I want to thank you for the opportunity for being here. Andrew, it's great to have a sister Caribbean speaking to, and we believe that Grant is an adopted Caribbean brother, so we're going to take him in the Caribbean as well. So thank you all so much.
Well, thank you both. Grant, thank you so much for this wonderful interview. And Curtis, thank you so much for being here and sharing your knowledge with us. And I want to say now, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our sponsors for the Black Business Expo December 2023. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rich Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Marjorie McLean Foundation, Inc., 5-Star BDM Media, Hello LLC, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milan Chennai Global, Executive Women Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.